Hey, how's everyone doing today? So I got done the things I said I was going to get done yesterday. We're going to kind of hop into a lot of sprite work today in particular, because we need to figure out the look of the game. We got a lot of elements done. Alright, so as I said last time, we're going to be just... No, not that. I mean, that's not a bad screen, but we're going to be doing this one. I did finish up the main character sprite, so there she be. I have the file currently named as Belle, but currently I'm leaning towards the name Glint, but we'll have to pick a name for her later. In fact, we could actually probably open up with this. Do I need help? Maybe, but we're going to be starting with the process. I couldn't tell you with what yet, because we have a lot of things to figure out. I've got some stuff in my head, but I'll try to see what I can get doodled out today. Along with this, what's your sprite-related question? There's this. I also got all the music done, which... I'm not going to play all the music I got done here. You guys are going to probably see it on file, not that file. But moving over this way. We'll open up the music folder. I'll just quickly... I made 20 original songs for the game. We'll just play out like 5 seconds of each, maybe 10 seconds of each, just to sort of shuffle through them. Let's see. There is not a good answer for that, Grayson. I'd have to do a little bit more research, especially since, keep in mind, this depends a lot, like, it depends on the size and fidelity of the sprite. And it depends on personal commission charging fees. And keep in mind that, like, most places I don't think charge by sprite, but maybe some do. But a lot of games have thousands of sprites in them, and I don't really know how much they charge the sprite stuff for there. I think a lot of them just do it by hour if it's like a bigger project. In fact, what you're asking very specifically is, I would say do your own research here, because I don't know. How much time did it take? How big is the sprite? What's the demand? The time? I don't like. I feel like it's like other art stuff. Like the question is, how much should I charge for my drawing? But the thing is, like, this isn't even a drawing. This is like a sprite, and how much you charge for a sprite? I don't know. There's a lot of factors. I've never really looked into it, so I legitimately don't know the answer. To my knowledge, most places do not charge by the sprite. A lot of people who make sprites for games work at a studio and do that. And then keep in mind, it's like the same as 3D modeling, where a lot of 3D modelists that work at a game studio aren't being charged per the 3D model that they're making. They usually have a deadline of when they get something done by, and, you know, I would recommend doing a little bit of research. Anyways, music. Hi there, Lay. Just 10 seconds per song, and we'll go on to the next one. Grayson, I don't know the answer. I don't charge for sprites, so I've never done it before. I do some research and see what other game devs say on that. And also keep in mind that there's like a lot of factors here, like the demands of a fighting game is different than the demands of a platformer, and after we decided that the name of the game was going to be Midnight Bell Ringer, I've decided to focus on bell theme type music, so you hear a lot of bells. off. A lot of bell music. I haven't heard that TL. You know, I'm only playing like 10 seconds of each right now, but yeah. Seems fine there. Let's actually get a right method for this, so. Okay, so quick little music playthrough done basically there. I also did this like with the music on sort of a loop as we work today. Our main objective today is spriting. A lot of the sprites I'll be doing for the fact I think all the sprites I'll be doing for this are original for this particular project. I might use them for other projects in the future, but because I want everything to be super big in this, I'm probably going to scale things and do them in a very specific, easy for me to do style because I'm a little bit of a slower spriter, so. Let me get this all loaded up. Okay, I got them over there. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit for all of us, and we're gonna sort of get started straight into spriting. If the music is too loud at any point, please let me know. I think that should be okay, so yeah. I do love ambience. Especially since we're going to be trying to do sort of an atmospheric game, so, you know. Let's just do what we can do. We got MC done, and I guess we can start off by trying to pick her name for the moment. Yesterday the suggestion was that her name would be Belle, and Belle would probably fit her, but I think that there might be a little too many Belles in the game if we decide to call her Belle. Though the name of our game is Midnight Bellrainer, I don't actually imagine that she is the Midnight Bellrainer. Now, I could put it in as a red herring, but I think maybe that just ended up being more confusing than being a red herring anyway, especially since, you know, my sort of cryptic love of storytelling. Yesterday, we did get suggestions for names like Wink. What was the other one? I'm trying to remember. I had it written down originally, but I think I took it out of this. However, there's names that could work, but we don't need to pick it right now, just something to think about. Character names are something that's part of the fun of these things. There is an Avid image that's been in my head related to this game, which is going to probably be the first thing that I sprite, but it's going to be kind of a weird one. Now, I'm going to say something, because we're making a 2.5D game, or 3D inside the RPG Maker MZ engine, I'll be doing sprites a little bit weirdly, and I'll sort of explain this process here. I'm going to start off by exporting as. A lot of things are going to the character folder. Luna? Or a simple moon aesthetic? Maybe so. She does have a moon there on her thing, though I don't like repeating these, so I don't want to use Luna anywhere else. Maybe. I'll think about it, though. It's not a bad idea, though, Muff. Let me put this here. I'm going to call this Table Flesh Thing. Really descriptive name, I know. No, not this image. I should probably say I'm going to do a new image first. Okay, so I kind of have an idea of how I'm scaling everything to our MC, but this is going to be the first thing I have to really think about. This is going to be a lot bigger than our MC, but... I guess in my head, with how I've pictured it, this is going to be about 5. And I guess I'll pull up a calculator to do easy calculations. Hello, calculator. If we do 48 by 5, that's, I do need to open this up for, that's 280. So if we do, well, except that, right, because then we have to take the 280 and then multiply it by this, so times 4 would be 1,120. So this is 1,120. And then wide, I want it to be a 6, and then do it by 3 to make 864. Alright. Do it by a transparent angle. And there we go, we've got a new sheet just for this little thing that I'm about to doodle. I always like to make the grids show up because these grids are set to RPG Maker default tile set things. And then I'll very briefly, not there, into the right folder. La-di-da. Let's do it with characters. So image, characters. And I'm going to call this table flesh thing. Haha. Except I'm also going to add an exclamation point in front of it, which for the 3D engine is going to tell it to always face towards the camera. Alright, now I'm only going to have to use one column of this. By one column, I should clarify meaning the sprite terms, and this is supposed to be 5 pixels tall, or 5 tiles tall, and 6 tiles wide. So something like this, and then it does go by that, Let's make sure my math here was right. My math was not right. There's something wrong with the dimensions here. Did I have it locked into a place? Canvas size. I don't think I had locked there, but then this should have been like, just for me to redo my math. Oh wait, I did it backwards. That's why. This should be 48 times 5. That'd be 200. Oh, right. And then, I don't know why I said 280 originally. Actually, I messed that up stupidly in my head just by thinking that was right. Alright, times that by 5. And that would actually make the height go to 1,200. And that would make, voila, this be 48 times 6 times 3. I accidentally put them in the backward slots. I had a little bit of a brain fart there, if I'm going to be honest with you. Da, 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 da. That's okay. We're gonna resize. Things are good. Where I want them to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Indeed. Figured out the size I want this thing to be from the get-go, and I think I have the right tile set right for this, so I keep on saying tile set. Well, I guess it is technically a tile set. I'm going to make this a fleshy thing at a table for a second. So we're going to sprite a few elements of this, and I guess the first one is the table. And I could copy and paste and reuse this table, but I want this table to be a bit unique. I've had this image in my head for a while, so I'm just going to sort of keep true to the vision in my head. Alright, so we're going to go for a good old solid color right now. I'm going to kind of do simple colors for a lot of this. I could do more complex shading, but I think I'm going to keep it mostly simple for what I'm doing for this particular project. Alright. Partially since I am going to be spriting a lot of things for me, myself, and Dai, but also just because I have this idea in my head, as it were. Okay. I could use the straight line tool, but I'm also a idiot, and I'm going to try and do things with a little more of a hand-drawn doodly style to them. And hopefully people appreciate that. Hopefully. Okay, so that leg's there. Okay, chair leg there to here. And I guess I know what color I want that to be, but first I'm going to get to the table side of this. And I guess I will be doing this on multiple layers. So I'm just going to sort of load up the layers ahead of time just to be ready for it. And one more, and let's see. So next up is the table layer. Actually, no. Next up should be this layer. We're going to sort of put the table into this zone. And again, I could do like a straight line tool or something, in case you're wondering why I'm not. But I have a weird doodly vision for this game, which basically means I'm just going to sort of use my mouse and make everything uneven. But hopefully that has a stylistic charm in the long run. Alright. So what I know I want to do here as well, which can be back on this layer, sort of a bluish, greenish chair, so around this measure, start off with the legs, more like this, make it below the chair. Then same, but slightly darker. Okay. Put that blue in there. Yeah, this is GIMP. I'm going to do the layer here for it. I'm going for a very stylized look. Put that there, and I think I'm going to put in response. Actually, this needs to be above on this layer. But this could be down below on this layer. Again, I've got a very specific look for this game in mind, and I'm already sort of starting to realize it, so I'm doing sort of a simplified color, uneven shape thing going for the game. Now, I've already pretty much know what I want to be here, so I'm going to just do my work here. I've had this in my head for a while. I'm going to do it on this layer, I think. This layer disappears under the table. Right, it should be this one. Okay, that's the layer I wanted on. So before I do the details on the thing, I'm going. In fact, actually, I should make it its own layer because I also want to do some animations for it. So I'm just gonna take one of the above layers and insert it like here. Good, perfect. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, so yeah, this is the 6 tile set, which means I can do it sort of like this. It's gonna be kind of worm-like, which you guys are about to see here. I can also move this like a couple more over this way because I have to sort of make things animate a little bit later, so... Alright. Continuing the worm. I'm gonna make something really gross for the record, which is going to be onto this thing. Okay, now fill this out. Set that there, and let's get to detailing this thing. I'm also gonna make this thing sort of wiggle around, but I've got the basic simple style which I'm doing for this thing already decided. So before I do anything else, I'm gonna shade out what this gorgeous thing looks like. So Let's see. Gonna sort of do a brief bit of a contrasting shadow onto it. Okay, again, this has been in my head for a little bit as I was thinking about the concept of this game, so I'm sort of just putting it to doodle form now, so yep. Alright. Fill this out, buckaroo. Like that. I could choose a slightly thinner color for it. So yeah, I guess that's a little more in line with what I had, though maybe just a little bit darker. Alright. Start off with this, and then I'm gonna go off to do the next point. Alright. I guess this should be its own layer, the next thing I'm about to do, since I'm going to be animating this a little bit separately. Wa-de-da-de-doo-de-doo. Now we've got more steps to this coming, so go get ready for that. We'll zoom in a little bit more with this lovely thing. Round this out a little bit more. Don't you guys just love what I'm doing? We're still not even close to done, but I had this in my head, so we're going for it. Don't Don't worry, there's a lot more to come. It's not where this came from. Alright. There's a little more I want to do with the lips as well. Let me first take this color, then go a bit more here. Yep, wants just a big old smooch. Just come over here and be like, I want to smooch you. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, but just give it a good time. It's just waiting to lay itself on the table right there just for you. I'm gonna keep the colors really simple in the sprite work for this game, but hopefully to allow a little bit more creativity in some of the coloring. Yep. Let's plant a big old smooch on it and be like, wow. Let's see. Now the gum works. I know what color I want for that. I need to redo that anyway. Let's see. I've been doing a lot of sort of sprite work through stuff like this. This thing is something which I want to be sort of hoisted up on the table for a specific scene, just having a nice little chat with it. It's not hostile. It's kind of gross. That's all. Kind of like a glossed up gross, if you know what I mean. Okay. one of his teeth growing sideways. Because, of course. Part of the thing, it's just a happy-go-lucky dude. Ma'am. Lad. Okay. Just gotta put the layers in, and you know, give it a little bit of dental unhygiene. I don't know what the word would be for it, but that sounds right. Well, actually, I know which way would be the right way to word this. Not Belle. We're good with you for now, Belle. You. I'll give you a little bit more room over here, but make sure to save you every once in a while. Yeah, to roll with and go with. Now we have to actually detail these molars. Let's kind of go for something kind of like that. Get a little bit closer. Alright. It's part of the fun. Remember, kids, brush your teeth. Let's see. Of course, this isn't the last step for this either, so we'll get to the next bit after this. Alright. Maybe it'd be a little bit less, a little bit more stained than like that's a little bit more like. No, not that either. There we go. A little bit more subtle than what I was doing originally. So we're not going to be going for realistic proportions for anything for this game. I'm sort of just doing sort of a doodly style My hope is by doing everything in this sort of doodly style where I pay attention to where I want to pay attention, such as these molars, that it ends up having a specific look to the game, which will benefit. It's not to mention it's a little bit more doable for me. So I'm not going to spend like a lot of time like I did on the MC trying to make things perfectly look right while animated. I'm just going to just go for where everything's a little bit wobbly and wonky. And hopefully it's charming in its own way. But put some details where things, are nice to have some details in. Alright, we're not done with these gums yet, though. Okay. I realized they've had the same song loop for a while. I meant to put this onto a playlist. I mean, it was putting me into the right mindset, though. I was entering to sort of a zen zone. I just realized I was looping for a while. Okay. Now for the color side. Not that color, but this will work. My. Currently, our lovely creature looks like this. There's still a lot more to do for it, but we're making good progress. Good worm boy. Heyo, Chrissy, how does it go for you? Let's get back to work on this lady. Leading lady. Now, I'm having a little bit more in head of how I imagine this thing looking, so yeah. Let's think. Alright, I remember how I want this thing to look. Let's go to sort of a light blue color. Sort of like a crack thing. Thank you. Yes, I know it's a beautiful, thing. I'm actually not going to use the fill tool. I'm going to do a little bit more like this, a little more scrawly. Start with something like this with this brush. Excuse me for a second. Oh my god, hey Leigh, I'm just drawing what's in my mind. Sigh. Let's see. Alright. We're not done yet. Alright, here's where our current lovely lady sits at. We're not done yet, though. Let's see. If I remember correctly with what I was thinking with this. That's a bit big. A lot of things will be big compared to our character, including this thing. Alright, now it's time for the fun nitty-gritty. That's a fun way to describe it there, ambitionless. Alright, we're not done yet with this lovely lady. Quite like that. Let's see how I want to do it. Hello there, Audrey. I won't add too much more to it. I could, but I'm not going to. I sort of am close to where I wanted this thing to be and not to overdo it. I think something as simple is better. Wash my back, Humphrey. Oh. That batches. Alright, 100%. Our leading thing looks like this now. That's about what I had in my head from the get-go, so I'm happy with that. And not overtly do it, I like it as it is. Now we just have to make it squirm around a little bit, and then it'll be good. Alright. Let's pick this out. Alright, so firstly the layers. These don't squirm. Yes, they must be protected, obviously. So this would be 288 this way. Okay. I don't think I put anything on that layer. There's that. Alright, let's see. This is going to be 288 again. Alright, making good old progress. And now time for... In fact, I think I can... What layer was this again? This stuff. Okay. I'll do it separately, because there is some stuff I want to do, actually. I guess more accurately... everything but the mouth, so... I saw the tiny bit of this that I got over here, not that. I'll be a little bit more careful and select through there. Okay, and then layer. This is that thing's layers. I'll put this here, then layer, merge down. Now that all should be a layer, but the mouth should be mostly intact. I do see that I need to get one thing from here and move it down to this layer. B. Now if I remove this, it just leads the mouth. Okay, good, because that's all I really need to animate separately, is what I should say, from the rest of the worm, the rest of the pack. Hey, Heather Mason, I love Silent Hill 3. I'm currently making a whale worm thingy-majigger. There and 288 here. Rolls it goes. Let's wiggle you around, some worm. Starting with his tail here. So I'm going to do a lot of this sort of separately and then back and forth between two different points here and just sort of do some tools to make it a little bit cheap and easy for me. I'll move this a little bit closer as I do this bit just so it's easy to keep track of. Oh, he's actually not select. Yeah, then remove this tail. Okay. That happens sometimes with just oversights. Alright, you have to tell what I'm mess with now. Let's move that through here. Voila! Be the worm. Now in a grander sense, move this bit ever so slightly this way. Ever so slightly. Now over here, not that tail, this tail. Silent Hill music is very, very good. If you like it, I mean, don't need to stop listening to it if you don't want to. I will give my chair some respect. Okay. Since I'm doing it from the bottom to the top, I'm going to take this upper worm. This is the one that moves its tail that way. It's actually going to make the the body move a little bit, just a little bit. If I do it too much, it's going to look bad, actually. A little bit more that way. And then similarly over here. Let's select the big old thing over here. Just gotta put the hooks in place. This is the one where the tail goes a little bit more in, so it's just gonna be ever so slightly deciding to be like, Cowabunga, dude. This way. That's exactly what I was gonna say too, by the way. Cowabunga, dude. Okay, we're not done with that movement transition stuff yet. Let's go out to 400. Now, not there. There we go. I'll wiggle like a worm. Wow. Go over to this happy feller. Gonna chin up for a second, mate. Let's have a good old time. And now, as it wiggles and squirms, we're going to do its mouth stuff for a second. So put the mouth firstly in about the right place. This one doesn't need to be precise, partially because it moves a little bit. But I've got an idea of where it is to compare it to the eyes. So I give it a little bit of guidance of where I'm putting it. Okay, compared to that, the stick out eye part. That'd be about perfect. Then good. Now, similarly, because it's a gross thing, it can't do its mouth so much like normal people, just more it goes like, yeah. Adjust itself a little bit. A little bit too much. I did too much there because I got a little bit too distracted by things. Need to remember not to pay attention to the lower layer. Okay. And I think that's gonna be okay for our worm boy. Thank you, worm boy. Worm girl boy. It's very unclear, actually. So that's one thing done. Now, I'm not going to make a lot of things like this. We also have to make all the mundane things in the environment scale directly to our character being rather large. I had this in my head, and I wanted it to get it out there early in. I don't know when adipose is, but I'll believe it. Now, let's see. I did have this idea for chairs, and I guess I'm going to do that next. These should be like 3x4, so it'd be like 140. I guess I'll open up my calculator just to be on the safe side. 144 times 3 equals 432, says the calculator. Now then. Yeah. And it gives a good basis of where we're taking the other sprites as well. And now this one should be 4 tall, because I'm lazy to think about it. 768. Let's do it. Now this one I don't have to animate, because I do need several different directions, though. So I'm going to call this sheet chair. So I'm going to do, like, honestly, just 2 directions that I can flip one of them easily. 1, 2, 3. Why is it keep moving 1 over there? 1, 2, 3. There should be a 4 on it. 4. To widen this up, because we're going to be doodling in just a second. I'm going to start with the basic shape. This one's going to be dramatically easier to do than the last one, I think. That's fine. Actually, I'm going to use the straight line tool just to do it a little bit simpler on my side. Okay. And the only thing I'm going to add to this is that I want it to be a little bit more flowy at the bottom here. And now this is going to mainly be shading. Let's go from up to there before I continue. All right. veins over there. This stuff there. I'm not always the best at wrinkles, I'm gonna be honest with you. But I'll put in a little bit of work here. Wrong tool. Let's do that there. Maybe a little bit too much of that one there. I don't like that. Part of the fun of these things. I'm not the best at wrinkles on fabrics, but I did have this in my head, so I'll just get it done. Maybe it's just fine with the minimal amount of details that it has. And now forward facing. Make this a little bit bigger than I did. Alright. And now some of my not very great shadows, but I will add them. Shadows in this one are going to be a little more complicated, but part of the fun of it. Okay. I missed. Oh, I see where I missed it. It's like right at the top here. Okay, I'm also gonna fix a few things with the shadow here. Now that I've sort of seen a little more in motion. No, not that color. Let's see. I think that'll be okay for my purposes, except I'm going to do a little bit more standout parts like that. Sleep well, handsome belle. Do tell me when you awake. Tomorrow rings tonight. Okay. Easy, simple enough. It's not the best that'll be out there, but works well for this little short project, though. Alright. Good stretch. Two chairs there to think a little more about these sides. Still a lot more to decide. Hey, did you see my lovely thing earlier? This lovely feller. Don't know if you did or didn't. Oh. Well, let's see. I think it's like on this spout covered furniture as well, so. I don't know. Thinking about things, but. Still a lot more to Sprite, but now I need to think a little bit more. Those are the two things I had in my head initially. Oh, yeah. She might want a big old kiss. I had the chairs and that thing in my head for a while. The other things, I guess there was some color, like wall stuff. I should get the A5 tile set right, so I guess I could do that. I'll do A5 today. And A5, if I remember the dimensions, it's a width of 384 by 768. So that's actually convenient that was already written there. Transparent. Put this over here. View. Show a grid. Export this. Not as you in that folder. We're going to put you into tile sets. We're just going to call you Midnight Bell Ringer A5. Now, the first step for anything of this sort. In fact, I'm also going to put another thing in here while I'm in the neighborhood. Take the top right tile and just make it a pure black tile. The first step. Export that there. And also, since I've got this in my mind, 768 and transparent. View show grid and make the top right. Here we go. And export that as MBRB. BRBM. That in there, but yeah. I'm not going to fill with that now, but I'm going to get that for a future. I'm not going to be messing with the wall tiles, so I'll be messing with the floor tiles for a second. Floor tile, how it'll look and appear to think. I guess the floor that's appearing in my head is sort of like a whitish, grayish carpeted, but like maybe with a little bit of blue. I'm messing with colors over here if you're curious. I guess I'll show what I'm doing. It's kind of usually in the way. I guess kind of like this color is what I'm imagining a lot of the carpets to look like, so maybe with a little bit more white to it. So, but that's a little bit too gray. I want a little bit more blue. That's pretty close to what I was thinking of. Filter, and now time for here's how I do really easy carpeted textures. But actually, to give it a little bit more variety, I'm going to give us, since I will probably use this a decent amount, up to here. The fun of grinding in the air. Hope you enjoy them. Filter, noise, let's do RGB noise. Not RGB noise, actually. Let's do it this time like, We're gonna dole it out to hell. put it to this level. And I'll give it sort of a lower texture form. Let's do it. New seeds randomly a few times. Okay. Now 100% that looks like this. Export that there. I do want a wood tile set, and I should probably do that as a 3x3 thing, is what I imagine. I'll do this here. Maybe I could do it as a 4x4. No, 3x3 is good. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's no reason for me to hand click everything all over the place. That would just get my hand tired and would take a lot longer when it would look better and be easier. It's just a tool for it. Here's the thing. A lot of people sometimes be like, oh, you have to do it all yourself. If you could take shortcuts, take shortcuts. But this was a really good piece of advice, which I got from... I watch a lot of game design videos, and this was a piece of advice that stuck with me. It's that there's times to be perfectionist and put in the work for things, and times not to be. If you put the little bits of detail into everything, like every single thing, it's just going to elongate the whole entire process and make you spend a lot more time than you need to pick and choose your battles of where to put your focus onto. Let's go for... I kind of want it to be sort of vibrant wood at this point. Do I want it to be more orange? Maybe. Let's see, does that look okay? Let's roll with it. No, I am going to manually. Maybe I could... I'm thinking of an easy way I could do the wood texture, but that wouldn't loop well. See, I'm going to do this by hand here. Just going to do a hand set of planks. And I guess I'm going to do the uneven style, which I'm embracing fully, apparently. Or maybe we are for... Nah, this one I'll just do whatever. I'll do the non-specific wood distance things just because it can roll through in the eye. The wrong thing. I do a little bit on purposefully uneven, just to have a little bit of fun with it. Add a little bit more personality to the wood, don't you know? Add a little bit more here. Yeah, needs to, I mean, we're going for a doodly, scrawly style with things, so I'll add a little bit more once I'm done with this bit as well. previously I did sort of a shorter one there, so now I'll just do it like this. Looks like I'm a little bit too far there. Okay, buckaroo. Let's see what we got. There we go. Put it there. Time to swim. Okay, yeah, I can do the rest there. I'm gonna actually take the lazy way to do what I'm about to do. Sometimes take shortcuts, except I should wait till after I'm done with the next bit. Let's first do this. Voila. Giving that wood some texture. Just the doodly texture the rest of the game is getting, but you know. Still gotta count for something. So it's 2 pixels there. 1, 2, 3, so 4 down. 1, 2, 3, so there. Let's do it. Wow. Okay. Gathering. Time to sing. Alright, and then before I finish up this area, there's one other small touch I can add. Maybe not that deeply colored. Give it a little bit more texture to it, but not very much. It's going to be barely noticeable. Yep. Okay, and now to the part where I can cheat a little bit. Take this and flip it. Hello there? Yeah, it does say about the fight. The website doesn't need to be updated, let me just say that up front. But it's part of the fun of these things. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'll add a little bit more, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 more. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And I'll add this there to make it a little bit more even looking. And now to add in the little markings. That sounds like it would suck. Let's see. Put this through here. Now I'm going to make the ultimate test. Does this work okay as a looping wood texture for the floor? Take it. Let's lay it out in the middle here just for a second. I'm going to test to the top and to the side to see if it looks okay at least. Or those doodly scroodly style that we're doing. Just to complete the sets and sort of just kind of look wherever. Yeah, it looks fine for what we need it to be. Okay. There's that. Taking a sip of water. Okay. Those are the two floors that I had in my head initially. There's obviously a lot more that we're going to need to Sprite. I'll probably do a lot of us off camera, but I want today to be sort of the big I Sprite on screen day and then get a little more done off camera before we do it next time. And then get on to more of the game design stuff, so. But you guys don't fully know what I'm going for with all of this, so how should I word it there? I guess I can draw more objects, because that's definitely going to be something that we need more in the environment. Oh boy. Is there another floor? Nah, we'll do objects for the moment, because floors I can do in my own time later. Thinking about it. Okay. I guess we could talk about the basic story for a second. Hey everyone! We're going to talk about story, character names, and other things. Alright. Open resend. Let's get Belle back in here. Hi, Belle. Imagine when Belle encounters this thing. You can watch them, see them side by side here. Hey there, buckaroo. Gonna talk with this thing. That'll be fun. Bow wow. Anyways, we've got a text document. All that's written is the stuff that we wrote in the other day, so hey. We're going to talk a little bit about story, character name, and make a few decisions early in, okay? In fact, this discussion probably is going to help on at least 2 accounts. Yeah, well, she's small compared to a lot of things. She's a very small protagonist in a world full of bigger things than her. And that's fine. It's part of the fun, even part of the design of the game, so, yee. Now to think here and there. Right now, I'm going to move past all of this. I think we should have 5 main goals right now. Firstly, the character name. Maybe it should be named Patrice. I like how you knew exactly what I was writing down at the far front. For our little character. Second of all, I want us to pick the locations. I'm not going to say a location gamble. I have a pretty good idea of the general settings of the game, but we're going to talk a little bit more about what some specific things may or may not be. Alright, but we're going to talk about the possible locations and pick a couple. Then, after that, we're going to talk... This is less us deciding, but this will be me explaining the really, really basic outline of the game without a lot of detail. Okay. The fourth thing, which we can have a little bit of a discussion about, is, I guess... Oh yeah, we should do the title art today. So yeah, let's do the title art today. That'll be fun. Alright. And the logo, that's included with the title art, though, and that'll probably take us a couple hours. But that's okay, and that's a good thing to do on stream. And then... I don't know if I head back and forth. I think the 5th goal for us then... Sprite. Decide. And Sprite. One more odd entity in the game world. There we go, that's a few goals, and that'll probably take us a few hours to get done. Character names, decide the basic locations, talk about a really basic outline of the game, do the title art today, logo, and decide to inspire one of the many entities. I count this thing here as an entity. Meanwhile, this chair here, this chair is not an entity, it's just a chair. But all the same. Let's see. Let's first talk about the really basic outline. I'll choose a song that I like. Okay. So, our really, really basic synopsis of the story going on, and what I'm sort of going for. I know this game is a weird fairy tale. This game is following this girl that we see here, who is currently unnamed. We're going to name her in just a little bit. In fact, maybe we should name her first. We have our protagonist here. Let's zoom in so you get a slightly better look at her. There she be. See how she be. But what should we call her? We're not... Now, Belle was the original idea, and I do think Belle would fit her, but I think it'd be a little bit confusing if we call her Belle, and not in like a good confusing way. Like, I could imagine a narrative point. Patrice is a name. I'll write that down. I know the two which I have in my head. Patrice Golem. Yee. So, with her specifically, her character's setup, Chime is not a bad one. Chime. In fact, I'm going to move this so that I can sort of keep it over here as we can look at her. Alright. She is a nice gal. She's very small in the world. Isabella. That's a good way to add in the Belle thing without being out there. Isabel. I like Isabel, actually. Golem. Alright. Think about it for a second myself. If I have to be honest, my two favorites at the moment are Isabel and Glint. Those two are probably my faves of the bunch. Isabel's pretty good. Especially since it's a Belle type name and it looks like it fits her without actually being Belle. It's different enough to not like immediately make you go, oh. Good old Dormouse. If I'm gonna be honest, I've called her Dorm. My first thing was thinking it was like a college dorm or something like that, but it isn't Belle. Thinking for a serious second here on my side. I guess I like Isabel. Glint's very good too, though. Glint Belle's probably a little bit too much, right? Glintabelle. Throw your French idea at me, TL. I don't mind a French name. Ooh, I like that one too. I always wrote clock, just instinctively, clochette. I like that. I don't know what it means, but I like it. I can just Google what it means, or you can tell. It's up to you. The Dormouse idea, for some reason, as opposed to Dorm, I wouldn't mind calling her just Mouse. But yeah, it's a little Belle. Oh, okay. Might have a new favorite. I actually like Clochette a lot, actually. So that... Let me say this. Out of the names here, which one are you guys feeling? We got... Carolyn. A little bit more though, but it's not a bad suggestion. Currently, what name are you guys feeling? I know the three which I'm sort of like leaning towards, but carry on. Carry on. Clochette might have won me over. But I also liked Isabel and Glint a lot. That's okay, I'm gonna make the call that I'm gonna call her Clochette just because it's a name which I think fits and is a little, well, for me, not being French, it's a little unusual, and it does mean Belle, but not in a very direct way. At least for most people to pick up on. Some will pick up on it, but yeah. So we're gonna call her Clochette. The MC is Clochette. Alright. So, now we're gonna talk a little bit about Clochette's journey. How I imagine this story goes, in the most basic of basic sense, is that we follow Clochette, who becomes curious about an old wives' tale around her area about the Midnight Bell Ringer. The Midnight Bell Ringer, the people in the town, need to go to bed before a certain time of night. This is related to curfew fun, because every night at midnight, the bell ringer rings the bell, and when the bell rings, all good children need to be in their bedtimes. Alright, following so far? Our little girl gets morbidly curious and goes out at night to find out who the Midnight Bell Ringer is. Very, very basic setup, and we're going to go into really odd directions from there. Makes enough sense? I wanted now to talk about the theming of the story, because a lot of time old fairy tales and old weird fairy tales even have sort of a moral and sort of a theme to them. Not even always a moral, something get pretty morbid, and they're like basic morals like don't trust strangers, that might do some horrible stuff to you. But I want the theme of this one to not only be the basic, obvious, surface level, go to bed on time, kids, especially since probably not a lot of kids are going to be the ones playing this. But I want to tell something, not a Wizard of Oz-esque story, but sort of a story of the girl going on and meeting strange characters as she goes to the bell tower, and the person who rings the bell at midnight. I imagine that the game has 3 locations, but none of them extremely big. We're going to pick them out in a second. I want to make them a little bit interesting. How I imagine the locations go is first location on our road to the journey. So our first location, it could be an exterior location or an interior location. Our second location, which is where I want this person to arrive at. I have an idea of what that location may be. And the third location is a bit more set in stone. I want it to be the bell tower. And I think making it the bell tower at the very end makes the most sense for the Midnight Bell Ringer. Make sense? So basically, for location fun, we have location 1. Where is it? Location 2. Where is it? And then location 3, bell tower. Since we're making this a shorter game, I think keeping the areas a little bit brief might be the best idea anyways. I do have some suggestions for these areas, though, which I'm now going to throw with you. Alright, so we have... I'm just going to throw some suggestions. Stranger's Home. Highway Tunnel. Park at Night. I guess you can call it a... What would it be called? I know what it is. It's not like it's not a courthouse. It's not a ball house. It's where they often hold dances or venues to be rented out. I guess I'll call it out Rent Out Ball Venue, because I can't remember what they're actually called. To think of a few things. If we wanted to go a little bit seedier, we could do a abandoned late night karaoke place. How do I say spell karaoke? I don't know why that popped up in my head, but there we go. Let's see. We could do it. A few other potential things I want to try and throw in there. But I want them to be sort of mundane locations, but twisted in such a way because partially our character is small and this is like a really strange world that's set in. But they resemble real-world places, then they get twisted in really sort of surreal, childish type ways. If that makes any sense. I sort of want the 3 locations to be very different. I know for a fact we're going to end at the bell tower and that she's going to climb the bell tower. But up until then, the other 2 locations revolved around the Midnight Bell Ringer. I don't want it to be a location that's too complex, partially because we only have a few days to make this. We're going to have to make all the sprites for all the locations, then design them. Sort of like smaller scale locations that we can transition in an interesting sort of way. And I also want the locations, a lot of them, to have a lot of like darkness surrounding your character all the time anyways. Yep. Any strong feelings from you guys on these? It's part of the fun of it. Of course, there might be more maybes I can throw into the jar as well. Actually, so 2 things. I need to go to the restroom quickly, but I also want to see if I can throw something on, and I'm going to try and do some research to get a lot of locations here for a second. I'm trying to think of what I should do as a distraction, as I also might as well refill my water while I'm doing this. Yeah. The abandoned karaoke place is a strong thing. Karaoke, we're not going to make a music game. Though I'm happy that you guys are getting attracted to the karaoke place. I had a weird idea for that, which is where that came from. Really modern idea for an old concept. Makes sense. And I mean, this is kind of like in a weird hybrid world. Let's see, I'm thinking for a second. What would be a good distraction for you guys? I guess I do have a lot of old videos that are uploaded on my hard drive here. I will go fetch one of them as a momentary distraction. Only for a moment, though. Let's see. Let me quickly transition to something to distract you guys with. Okay. So I'm going to go to my channel. I'm going to go to videos which are currently not public yet. And sorry to put you guys up with a distraction for a second. It'll probably take 5 or 10 minutes. Partially because I'm also going to go downstairs. I'm probably going to want to talk for a second. And that's okay. It happens. Let's go to content. Let's filter it by visibility. Let's go for stuff like that. Okay. Would you guys... Okay. Maybe not that, or maybe that. Let's... That'd be a really tonally different thing than I'm making you guys sit through right here. I will say that. What if I decided to do... That'd be stupid. But maybe stupid enough to work. I'm going to make you guys watch Silent Hill for a second. I'm sorry for picking Silent Hill out of everything, but I've got an old Silent Hill video here. It's my redone Let's Play of Silent Hill. Let me just sort of scale it onto the camera so you guys can see it well enough. Hole here. Also, let me keep this open for a second. Let me scale it in such a way that you guys can see most of the camera. Okay.
I'm going to start recording this.
Capture as much of it as I can. It's not a perfect scale side of things. I can probably get it to fit just a little bit more. There we go. But I'll make you guys sit with old me playing Silent Hill for a second. Thank you for your patience. I'll turn the audio up for you guys. I will be right back. Yeah, it's time for Fetus, Ryan. BRB.
I'm going to start recording as well, so we're officially getting started. Everyone ready? If we're all ready and set to go, we'll watch an opening and then play the game. Water's very good. Silent Hill 4 The Room, I think, is severely underrated. I don't think it's the most Silent Hill, or the most fun Silent Hill game to play, but I do think it's a fun Silent Hill game. It's my third favorite. And it's my third favorite partially because I think the atmosphere is good, and I think the scares are scarier than any of the other entries in the series for myself, and yeah. Now then, it had the most dreamlike, surreal quality to it. Anyways, that's enough talking about Silent Hill for the Room, because we're about to get started with Silent Hill 1. Let me just put this over here, and let's get started officially. Close U, run from disk. That should be good, and let's roll. Alright, wait for that to move over here. Hey everyone, this is Dusk, AestheticGamer, and today we're playing Silent Hill 1. We're going to be playing it through emulation, as you may have just guessed from the analog thing up there. I'm going to let the opening movie play. This is not blindly playing. I've played the game on my channel before, and I've played the game before. Let's watch the opening. and with a few references to a few horror movies all in one, we are ready to get started. Seriously, Silent Hill 1 makes a few references right from the get-go. I'm just turning my audio up a little bit for this because the game sounded strangely quiet to me. Alright, now then, Silent Hill, the classic 1990 video game, is actually experiencing its 15th anniversary this year. With options for a second just to glance at this. Basically, by that, since the original game released actually first in the Americas, despite the fact it's a Japanese-made game in 1999, it's currently 2014. It released in, I think, when did it release this year? I think it was towards the very beginning of the year, but, you know, people like to take their time playing things, and I've decided I've kind of wanted to do a marathon of all the Silent Hill games over again for the 15th anniversary. And also, since Silent Hills was recently announced and all that, I've decided, what the hell, I'll go with it. I feel like doing it, so why not? I mean, do it. Stereo, vibration, doesn't matter, I'll turn it off. Controller configs, probably is okay. It's like different control methods? No, they actually let you change the controls. I think the default's fine, it's what I'm used to playing. There's different type controls, but whatever. Actually, let me look at one thing. You can change them manually. What are the types? Enter... like this. Okay, so this changes around just a few of the buttons. This one changes the item and the map button. Actually, honestly speaking, I think this makes a bit more sense. Have map be the start or select button, yeah, select button, and have this be the item menu. That makes more sense to me. This one changes around a lot of the buttons. Aiming, actually, what's type 1? Type 1, so R2 is aim, I can roll that. Bit more used to R1, view, L2, L1. So basically just switches around all the buttons in case you didn't like the original one. I think I'm going to go with type 3 though. Okay. Brightness level is going to tell me to adjust my TV. No, actually, it can actually adjust brightness. A lot of old games didn't allow you to do that. It's just like turn up or down the brightness on your television. And then you did just that. Just the vertical rise, okay. Barely visible. Alright, so this is when I ask you guys, because the emulation and what I see are usually a bit different. Between the numbers 0 and 7, what brightness level do you think is best? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Personally, I think that 3 or 4 is going to be the best, but if someone wants 2, if we want to get really dark, we can definitely go for 2. That might help the dark, grisly atmosphere. Someone else says 6, that's maybe a little bit bright for me. But yeah. Without darkness. Though it's nice to see things. But on the other hand, darkness does help the atmosphere, so do 0. I don't think I'm going to be able to see shit if I play the game like that. Shh. No one said it, but I think I'm going to go from 3. I think it's dark enough so that it looks dark, but also bright enough so you can see it. So hopefully that's the right level. We can probably change whenever in the game, though. Anyways, let's get started immediately with Silent Hill 1. On hard difficulty. Let's roll. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Did Harry just try to say every single movie pun he possibly could when entering the town? Cheryl. He decides to think to himself. Alright, here we are straight to the game. I need to get reused to these controls. Good, the run button is what I thought it might be. That's interact. Item menu is currently this. We see our character's fantastic item status, though we have carrying nothing, so it doesn't really make a difference right now. And we click this. I don't have the map for this place. Now, being me, even though I played this game before, I'm going to look at everything. I know all these doors are locked, though, so I know I'm not going to really benefit from looking at those at the moment. I can also either use the D-pad or the fixed camera. I actually think that Silent Hill 1 controls better with the D-pad than it does with the analog stick, but still. Here we have a trespasser sign. Forbidden to pass. Silent Hill, especially the old Silent Hill, seem to be a big fan of ranch-like gates. I'm not one to judge, but yai. Mossy areas everywhere, and there's our car from the car crash. My car! Too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. She's fine. Probably. I'm just appreciating it. I'm actually thinking, since Silent Hill Shattered Memories is reimagining this, they actually did a pretty good job recapturing the sort of car crash look. Also, the street is completely bouldered up. The street is blocked. Can't get out of town through here. Well, that's okay. You can get out of town the same way you came in. I mean, it wouldn't be that difficult to climb over your car and get out of here, but we're not going to try that. That's not an option for us. Anyways, investigate through all of this. I want to check the other road just to find out that's blocked by boulders as well. Oh my. You think somebody would be alarmed at the fact that the town is bouldered in, quite literally. Here's Backbin Road. I never pay attention to the actual road street names. They're all horror novel references and all that, but regardless, right on to the deeper fog. I think the fog effects are the strongest in Silent Hill 1, personally speaking, which makes sense because the fog effects had a double application here. They had to, of course, cover up the loading times in the game, and the fact that the draw distance in the game had to be low, which is what caused the fog in Silent Hill, though the ash effects are nice. But I think because it's so thick, it sort of has this sort of really clenching atmosphere. The other Silent Hill games, of course, have fog and all that, but I don't think they use it to the same effect. Let's go to the fucking... Also, another thing about Silent Hill 1 that you may know if you do a little bit of research or just kind of pay attention, almost every single area or building in Silent Hill 1 is a reference to either a movie or a real place or something. This is obviously a big old reference to 7-Eleven, the chain market store in the US. Footsteps? You won't actually pay attention to anything until after we follow these footsteps you mysteriously hear somewhere in the fog. Run, Harry, run! I'm not controlling this, it's all cinematics.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Off into the fog, she's disappearing. We could run after her. But she mysteriously disappears into the fog. I've always been surprised that Silent Hill doesn't have more moments where people or characters disappear into the fog. That's actually a reference to an old French film, this particular scene that we just experienced. Even the dialogue's near identical, but that's okay, it's a creepy scene all by itself. Let's see, gotta look left and right. I'm gonna see if I can call some of the horror movie references now that I've seen a lot of more horror movies since I last played this game. I've also decided to sort of research more into films that Silent Hill took inspiration from, but yeah. Back into the street. I forgot Harry will not let you go away from Cheryl in this particular instance. She's leading us down an alleyway. Not particularly the greatest of our moments, but hey, you know, there's no law about why not walking down the road full of... I'm assuming these are garbage cans, but they kind of look like cinder blocks. Whatever, they're probably garbage cans. They have really big garbage cans in this particular area of the world, apparently. Our garbage cans are not nearly that thick, but whatever. My town has a huge emphasis on trying to recycle and all that. Can hardly see myself off the side of the screen, but that's okay. The gate opens and closes, which definitely catches our attention. Beware of dog, you don't say. Harry wants to catch his breath, but we can walk down here. Sirens play from above as we see a gory scene in front of us. What is this? Harry, you're a grown man. If you look at this for even just a second, I think your brain can come to a conclusion of what you're looking at. That said, it looks a lot more gruesome than I remembered it looking. You can see a rib cage and the intestines spewed out right over there. That, you see, just fucking blood and guts everywhere. Very gory. Anyways, time to go down the alleyway. I mean, what sort of dog could have caused that mess? Or maybe that was the dog. Who am I to say? Now, this scene, of course, is very iconic, and I think for good reason. It's the whole twisting corridor area. Not enough horror games with these sort of twisted camera angles, in my opinion. But hey, taking advantage of them here, why not? Also, as we go deeper and deeper into this area with the twisting camera angles, the area itself is getting darker and darker. To the next. An absolutely spooky sort of scene, here we go. That's strange. It's getting darker. Pull out the flashlight, or lighter. Better than nothing, I guess. Alright, let's carry this off into the dark abyss here. Appropriately creepy sound here. A broken wheelchair? What's this doing here? Well, you see, the old person probably went rampant, broke out of their wheelchair like a madman, killed the dog, and went down this alleyway. That would explain everything, wouldn't it? Alright. Further down to the alleyway, we have probably... Video games have taught me that barrels are usually explosive, so holding a lighter into an area like this is kind of questionable. What's this? It's the deathbed where the old man that broke out from the wheelchair decided to kill the dog and then die here on this bed. There you go, see? Perfectly logical explanation so far. I can't explain why it suddenly became day to night, but maybe they just live in the North Pole and time changes very rapidly there. Alright, deeper down to the alleyway. I think that's the door I need to take. No, that's not actually a door. Nope. It's where I'm continuing to do my best. Each and every day I have to walk and try and face my fears. That said, if you're in this particular instance, you probably shouldn't be trying to face your fears. You're probably trying to think, why am I going down a bloody alleyway that suddenly became super dark and is super closed in? The corpses of something or mounds of flesh lay around these parts.
What is this? What's going on here?
What's this doing here? He asked himself. Of course, it's a dead end, and we're not alone. I have to relive through my favorite enemies ever in horror gaming. I'm gonna try and see how far backwards I get, but I'm gonna probably die in the meantime. It's okay, I need to practice my avoiding skills. Is this where I came from? Oh. They caught up to me. Well, it's time to have a fucking I'm cornered and I'm dead situation. Oh boy.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
Okay, so a few thoughts. First of all, I do know that police, in a case of where they suspect that there is danger that applies to civilians, are actually allowed to supply civilians with guns. When I was younger, I was kind of like, why the fuck did you just give me a gun? But regardless. Second of all, because of this particular cutscene, I completely forgot about this, but I forgot the characters have absolutely no facial animations in this game. This is one of those horror games where they're talking and they don't move their lips. They do a pretty clever job most of the time at disguising that fact, because typically they'll have like the back to the character that's talking or a weird angle, far distant style, so you can't really tell. But I did notice it here. Indeed, their lips are not moving. Also, I just realized their hands are creepingly flat, but whatever. It's a horror game. It's an old PS1 game at that. So what we got here. We have a health drink. I always will take a health drink. Now, I might run into some difficulties because it's been a long time since I've played Silent Hill 1 and playing on the hard difficulty. So there's a flashlight I always take. And our map, I believe. There is a residential area map. Take it? Yes. Alright. Our attention is brought by something that just moved in the window behind us. There's also a save point here. Someday, someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully, they will find my notes useful. Which is our excuse of how we save in the first game. Of course, starting with Silent Hill 2, they're going to start a different method entirely, but for now, we have notepads. Let's create a new save file. Alright, straight into the cafe. Which, by the way, if you notice, we're playing the first playthrough via emulation method right now, which means that there's no way we're going to get the UFO ending, unfortunately. Alright, now let's check out this good old, I guess, pinball? Pinball machine. Nothing unusual. How about the posters over here? Nope.
I'm back, by the way. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. I got multiple things done. I think I know what locations I want to go for. So, minimize that and get back straight into this. Hey. Hello! Let's move this there. Put the music back by a little bit. My. Hacking fun. So I sat on it and thought about what your guys' reactions were to the areas as well. Yeah. What do you mean everyone was so bad when I was gone? What happened?
Sleep well, handsome belle. Do tell me when you wake.
That's okay, Smoke. It was an old time. It was me playing Silent Hill once upon a time, but not in the present. I was away for a bit.
Sleep well, handsome belle.
I see.
Tell me when you wake. Tomorrow rings tonight. Will you do?
All the fine china was pushed over. I can't believe it. Alright. Park. Hopefully I'm spelling karaoke correctly. Probably not. It's the A or the O first. I don't know. I'm going to find out right now. Okay. I don't look like a fool today. I was spelling it correctly. Alright, I can be proud that somewhere in my subconscious I retained that. And these three locations should have very different type of areas anyway. I agree with that there, Colin. So we got the park, we got karaoke, I guess I'll call it the abandoned late night karaoke avenue. And for the park at night. Rundown. I'm gonna say rundown park at night. And the bell tower. And those will be our three locations. The rundown park at night, the abandoned late night karaoke place, and then the bell tower. How I imagine it goes is that our character leaves from our house to go to the bell tower nearby, but they have to cross the park, go through an old abandoned late night karaoke place, And then that leads them to the place the bell tower is. Makes sense to me. Hopefully it does, because I'm doing this. So we know that our character's name is Clawchette. We know the locations is Park, Karaoke Place, Bell Tower. Yeah. I don't know, Grayson, if I'm, like, you mean YouTube? Let me check. If on Discord, I'll see it later. So we talked about the really basic outline of the game. I guess next up is title art and logo, which makes sense.
Tell me when you sleep well, handsome belle.
File new.
Well, handsome belle.
Let's do what we can here. I guess this also means I have to decide the... Well, no, this is the artwork that's going to be for the store pages, right? Let me remind myself what I did for Decay and Delicacy. Games and Z. Stuff I put away for Decay and Delicacy. It was like that big thing that I did. What dimensions were you? Alright, you a good old 1080p, I should have figured. Oh yeah, right, I have to turn the music down. Thank you for reminding me. There we go, should be a lot better now. Thank you for reminding me to do that there, Okay, so this should be 1920 by 1080 if I remember correctly. Even though I like pretty much know that, I need to double check. But yeah, it's correct, so okay. Transparent, just because I can. Okay. I need to decide what I'm doing for this. This is going to be sort of like the box art image that I'm going to use in many places. There's going to be need a place that's like... There's places that need it. I need to make an image that I'll be using in multiple places, because since this is a shorter project, I shouldn't make multiple images. That would take more time than I should put into this. But I need to make an image that can be cut into a poster form, that can be cut into a slanted banner form, and then it can just be the full image by itself as well, and various other things. There's like a focal point and some interest in the top and the sides, but and then of course the logo as well, which I should also, in fact, I could probably do the logo first, or maybe I should wait for it till afterwards. I know the logo needs to be this dimension for things. Transparency. Okay. So what should I do for this picture? It could be our character, it could be a bell tower, it could be a lot of things. Right now we're about to make the big important picture for this for different various storefronts. Box are fun. I know I saw it. In fact, I'm using it here, Lay. Voila, look. The corners are covered. I appreciate it. Character and bell tower makes the most sense. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm gonna probably spend some time on this. I predict this next image is gonna take me 2 hours to do. Maybe even more. But I guess we're doing a thing. I should look at reference art, but I'm like everything else in this game, I'm gonna fucking draw it from my head. Except for Clawchat, we'll get reference for Clawchat, but I drew Clawchat earlier, so I'll make sure your details right. That's such the idea, they're ambitionless. No reference, Grayson, all from my head. I want chaos. I have a thing in my head. Ambitionless got something sort of ticking, moving gears in my head. So this is going to be a picture with layers, as should be. Let's make a bunch of layers right now because I know I'm going to be using them. Alright, chaos! It also needs to be like a place for a logo in some other places. And I think I know what I'm doing. Like I've got an image in my head, but it's probably not gonna come out as good as it looks in my head, so I need to take that into account. So yeah, I'll start with our protagonist. I'll put her on this layer. She's on layer 9. Someone, you guys can't stop me even if I was insane. I'm kidding. Sorry. Having fun with it. Okay, I just need to see our protagonist from the front. Good old shot. I don't remember her name. Clochat. Thank you. Alright, I've got the reference for her at a corner. And I'm also, the thing is, I'm only using a portion of my space to show this to you guys, so it's a little bit funny. Let's see. I'm going to do her before I do anything else. And I'm not going to use the pencil tool because I can use the paintbrush for this. I guess I should do the, maybe I should do the white outline afterwards. It's gonna be a weird picture. Hopefully I can do it justice. That's okay, TL. If you can give me hints and pointers, that'd be appreciated. Clochat is how I would say, or like cloud chat. But clochat would be how I would naturally say for someone corrected me. Try on some of that smooth stroke. I guess I will go for sort of the pixely look. Hopefully it works out okay. I'm a little bit nervous about my ability to do what's in my head, but I'm going to do my damnedest to do it okay. Hello there, Nahi. I need to do the shading differently, but I'll just keep the shapes the same for what I'm about to be doing. Clochet. It's like clutch. It's like clochet. Clochette. No, it's gonna be for image thing. It's probably not gonna turn out great, but I'm gonna do my best. fix this up, I can already tell. But you know what? The game is a rough style. This having a rough style isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay. Let's go in and do it. Oh wait, Nilly, it's your birthday today, by the way. I saw that briefly, but I was about to start streaming, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to wait and respond later.
Consider these a simple plan. Could it be significant? I love you, I love you, I love you. My silent storm. I love you, I love you.
Well, I should maybe have done some different layers for the girl herself, but I'm just gonna deal with what I can. I thought it was on your birthday because you said you were 14 now. I was like, oh, was your birthday today? Let's see. I should definitely move this side a bit closer. And now to do the semi-complicated, I'm going to do it in a smaller way this time. Yeah. I see. Let's do it like this here. This whole piece is not going to come out that great, I don't think. If I'm going to do my damnedest once it's done with the first stage, do the rest of it here. Yeah, it's directed towards you. It's on for this eventually. Now the yellow color bit. get rid of the small bits over here, which I knew were gonna stick out from. Oh boy, not that. Yep. Happy enjoying. I probably put a little bit too much yellow there, actually. That'd be how it be sometime, ain't it? You want some yellow, and you accidentally put on too much. Made her feel a little bit too big in retrospective. Time to do some big old feet wipers, I guess. Use a slightly smaller eraser to get the fine detail I want to get here. To get to this part of it. Okay. No, it's not looking good at the moment, but hopefully I can make it look good eventually. Let's do it in a circle form. Sleep well, TL. I hope you get a good night's rest. Save as. Midnight Ballerina cover. Okay. It's not a good shape there. Yee. Bit by bit. This side looks better than the other side. So the best course of action to do is delete this side. Delete. Oh, I forgot the whole face. Actually, I can just do it like this then. Well, almost like that. But then really, I'm just gonna copy and not that. I will copy and paste this and flip it. And flip it. Flip it good. Okay. Yep. It's not looking great right now, but here's where we are currently. Still a lot more to do, though. I also need to scale this a little bit more accurate to how I want it to be in the picture, which is more that size. Still a lot more to do, though. Okay, then this blue. Hopefully the details added in layer will make me happy with it, but I'm not there yet. Not even close. So we're probably gonna spend a couple hours here. I don't like it, but we'll get to it. I know it's bit by bit. Yep. Depends for me. Okay. Actually needs a little bit more to it. A little bit more pep to it, step. So at 200. Kinda. Still so much more to be done with this, but we'll start with the basics. Just get the basic shapes out of the way before I start detailing it more later. This piece will come together hopefully by the end of this, but for now, slowly but surely. Get the basic stuff done. Don't mind if it's a little rough around the edges. It's part of the style, I'm going to tell myself. Yep. Basic shapes out, and it's going to take me a while, I can already tell, but it's important to get done. Don't be discouraged, that doesn't look how I want it to look at the moment. Just we'll get to it in a little bit. Okay. I know what I need to do to make this look more natural to me. I see what the error is. Then cut off the blue here for me on a couple sides. They do actually walk instead of squishy. It's slightly just my caricature style. I used to do drawings like this all the time, of characters like these. Don't patronize me, Grayson. I'm teasing you, don't worry. But I will hopefully get to a point where I'm more happy with it. Except when I'm not happy with it in the slightest. But I know science is how these things go. Okay, I'm going to leave them really basic for the moment, but I'm going to be doing a lot of things with them later with lighting and such. For now, I'm going to put two things behind them. the first thing I'm going to have to give a little bit of credit to Ambitionless for giving me this slight idea. Now, should it be like that, or should it be the other direction? That direction, because I can see I'm going to do this. Of course. I'll get rid of some of the lines there before I do that. Actually, I'll use the fill tool first, then do it afterwards. Not gonna do it like that. But I'm gonna get rid of these lines. Raceroni. Grayson, please do not judge it until we get to a certain point, because at the moment I think it looks terrible, but I know where I'm going with this, and it needs to happen step by step. Good luck with packing. Okay, I'm a very slow artist. Not the greatest either, but I will do what I can. Don't be discouraged from that. See what I can manage. Now, the next step of this, I have to move that one down, because there's a lot more to this image than what I currently have. Currently, the cat colors will not work well together, but that's going to be how it's going to be until we get to the actual more in-depth line coloring phase. First, that's when I get the simple geometry of what I'm going for, so... Don't love the shape of this, but I'll get back to it. I'll start off by filling it. See if I did okay. I was hoping, I'm waiting for a text, so I have my text note. It's a really stupid default text noise, but I was hoping it's the email I was waiting for, but it's not. Email message. Let's see. Next step. Yes, I'm eyeing for pizza. You guessed it. You know me. You're actually 100% right for the record. Okay, I see where I need to fix this up for the moment. Make this go down to there. No, it's not sarcasm. You're actually 100% right. It sounded sarcastic earlier after I started saying it, but I was being silly because, like, you caught me. So it's more like I was trying to say a caught me thing, but it sounded sarcastic. For the record, I'm entering into a contest, and I would need to keep my phone on me to get a notification of when the contest starts. That's what I'm doing. Oh. It's literally, I almost never have my text notification sounds on, but I want to make sure I don't, like, miss this. It's literally the default text message thing. I don't prefer text notification messages. I prefer just vibrate, but... Okay, the shape of this, I'm taking a little more time on than I was expecting. Okay, Buckaroo. Why did you literally just text me that? But yeah. All good. Let's see. Here. There. We'll be able to see it behind them for a bit. Oh boy. Let's not close it somewhere. Let's see. Hey there, Woo. It's all good. Currently, I am working on a picture, but right now it doesn't look very good. But hopefully by the end of it, it'll look good, is my hope. Also, I just noticed this needs on this layer. A little bit lower. Look at these. Yep, don't worry, I was getting them. You saw them, I saw it too. Of course. I'm doing some things very, very slip and slide with it, but I'm not a monster to ignore that. Let's get this. Alright. I know it won't be very clear what I'm up to at the moment. Currently none of the colors work together, but I need to get the basic shapes for things decided before I focus too much on stuff. Okay. I'll put this here in the meantime, because I know I'm sort of doing it like this anyways. Start with the shakier side, then the eye. I'll do the more fix up things in a second. Okay. I went a little bit too close for this. This is gonna get really complicated. This picture's probably gonna take me a while, I'm not gonna lie. Especially get to a point where I'm satisfied with it. Don't mind if things are uneven, but yeah, all the fun of mouse drawing. Hey there, Sherry, or Shay, I should say. We did some sprite stuff earlier. We have MC sprite done over there. We have some other sprites done as well. And currently I'm trying to do an image, but it's going to be kind of sloppy for a while until I get to the point where I want it to be. There was that. That's not what I want to click. I want to show this lovely feller. But yeah. For now, let's get this where I want it to be. That in. Get that stuff set up, and yeah. A lot to do still, though. This image that I'm currently working on will not look good for a while. It needs to be sort of the cover image of things, so I guess that works out. Okay. I'll do the early version of this. I won't personally be happy with it until we get to a certain point in it, but yeah. I'm not doing any shading yet, I'm just first getting all the basic shapes done. This side of the bow looks better than that side. Oh, that's not what I was waiting for, but yeah. Got it. Fine, I have my text on for the moment, but still waiting. Not quite like that, but a little bit more this way. That's the default ring message. I usually have my phone on vibrate, so I haven't said anything to it. It's only Boomer because Boomers don't usually set it. I get it, but I just haven't set mine because I almost always have my phone on silent. Alright, and the bell won't make sense in its placement there for a little bit, but we'll continue going in the meantime. I want to get the basic shapes done. Yeah, buckos. It's gonna look terrible up until a certain point, but you get the basic shapes out. I know, trust the process, but that's because I've got something there. Actually, gonna use an eraser thing for this bit here. checks went pretty terribly, but I did get what I wanted a little bit. Up until this point. Okay. Very, very carefully. Okay, then voila, here, there. First, get all the shapes done before I do my stuff here. Hey there, Harley. How's it going? Let's see. Currently, we're making a picture that does not look good yet, but they'll down the line. I guess just first get the basic cube shape of it done, but yeah, I could just use the strain line tool for this, but it probably does, but I am stupid, so I'm not gonna use it. Thank you there, Harley. Let's see. Actually, let's do it from there. Just have to get the basic shapes done first. I tried a little bit of it, but mainly to see if I could get the game to work well on my PC and what settings I preferred so when I play it on Friday. Alright, Grayson. I'm happy that you're digging the music, because it's all for this project. Let's see, I'm trying to think how to put this build in here. Teach me about drop shadows. I draw with a mouse. I can also be using like a straight line tool like voila, but not using it for the somewhat rougher look of things, which will fit with the game. Hello there, sleepy anime princess. At light and shadows, like probably filters, light and shadows, drop shadow. There we go. I don't know what drop shadow is though. Grayson, teach me what drop shadow is. I don't mind sort of the wacky, not quite accurate proportions. I will fix that side up a bit. Ah, I see. I'll give it a test after I get done with the basic shapes of things on the different layers I'm going for right now. I see. That might be helpful for when I eventually get to stuff. I don't know what my phone went off for that time. It was trying to alert me that HBO Max is adding, I guess, The Conjuring. The devil made me do it. Let me turn off those notifications. I normally don't have my notifications on anything but silent, so sometimes phones scream. Indeed. For the very purpose why you should put my phone silent. My. I need to like catch up in the fucking Conjuring cinematic universe of decent to bad horror movies. But I'd watch them. I would watch them, that is true. Okay, so again, I'm just getting the basic whatevers of things right now, and the being at the angle was intentional, so it works out for me. I'll save the park side of things. So basically, before I continue, before I start making this look any more decent and a lot more details, the basic idea of what I'm doing right now. We have our main character here in the center. We got the bell tower and the moon in the center. I'm going to put stuff representing the park here and stuff representing the karaoke here. We're going to do a lot more with the colors and the details in a second. I'm just getting the basic shapes. I'm going to put two things over here and over here. It's going to be kind of busy, but hopefully an interesting picture. And we're also going to do a lot more with the line coloring, etc. Just I first want to get the very basic shapes done. So hi. To roll with and go with. Okay, it's gonna take a while to do this though. I guess first I'll go over here. Miserable pile of lies, of course. The colors look more like they fit when we start doing lighting and other colors to fit them together, but yeah. And doing things for more intrigue than just basic ideas. I guess I'll start with you. I'm gonna need more layers. Okay, what's currently on this layer? Nothing. And this layer is that stuff. Good, but I do need another layer still. I need a few for this stuff. Okay. Okay. Time for me to... This is also going to be helpful in the future because I'm going to try and put some stuff which I have in my head for what I want to do for these areas, but I haven't actually, like, committed to canvas yet, so I'm going to sort of commit some things to canvas right now, but we'll be spriting later, just in a sort of drawn form for this. To zoom in really, really closely to get the details I want on this. almost definitely the beginner-friendly, good first RPG Maker horror game. It's not a very scary one, but it's good. It also has multiple endings, and it's probably the most basic first game response you're gonna get. But I would recommend Eve. It's not very long. It'll take you a few hours to beat. It'll probably stick with you. It's pretty good. It's not very scary, but it'll give you a pretty good idea of what a lot of these games are about. At least the basic ones. I haven't made a basic RPG horror game yet. One day I will. That's not this project either, though. Or you could play Red Haze. Okay, advertise my own game. If you want to try one of my own games, Red Haze is a place to start. Or close your eyes, either the free or non-free version. The non-free version isn't quite complete yet. I wouldn't say Amori is a good first RPG Maker horror game, given maybe more people recommend it's a good game in my opinion, but some people like it more or less than others, but I liked it a lot. But it can definitely take a while. It's also not, it's like horror like 20% of the time. Most of the time it's something different than horror. It's a good game though. It's okay. Not everybody likes it as much as some other people, and that's okay. I see. There's a lot of really good RPG Maker horror games, so the question is, which one should I play first? I'd recommend Eve, honestly. Unless you want to support me, in which case, close your eyes or Red Haze, but my actual answer would probably be like Eve is your first one, would be my recommendation. It's pretty short. It's free. It's a good idea of what you're getting yourself into, and give you not for every RPG Maker game because there's some differences. There's like different types, but it's a good first idea, being like, yeah, I like this type of thing. Yep. It's fun hearing different people's opinions. Oh boy.
Entirely, but for now.
Not that. I'm gonna have to put. You guys can hear me echo for a second. I'm just gonna do this briefly.
Cafe, which, by the way, if you notice, we're playing the first playthrough via emulation method right now, which means that there's no.
Okay. I need to get this window back open. Well, I didn't need to, but I wanted to. Move that there. Let you guys see on the screen again. Yep. Hmm? I've played many RPG Maker games, but there's a lot of newer ones which I have not played yet, which I want to at some point, but when I have time to. In the meantime, I'm making them. Roll as we go. %, does that look okay? Before I do the other line stuff, though, I will add something which to make this a little bit more yay. Okay. It should be further apart. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one's a little bit bigger. 5, 6. Okay, briefly just do it before I add the stuff in later. Don't mind about the very simple geometry. We're going to be doing the lighting much later. I might choose a different shade of red though. Let's go for a slightly darker red. I continue with whatever. These on the other side can be bigger. Now that I've seen them sidebar, now that I've seen them like this, I see what I need to do for these. But part of the reason why I looked. Not like a clock. You'll see what these are a little bit more clearly in a bit. Okay, fill these out. What is your question there, Harley? That's an interesting question. Realistic, like something which could happen, but just the right circumstance that's happened, or something which is like a pipe dream. Oh, if I could have the one game franchise of all time to contribute and work with mine. Some serious thought. Get stuff to work with us all later. Wow. Honestly, there's so many out there, I'm not really sure which one I would just pick as the first one. I'd love to collab if somebody wanted to collab, though. if I was to say something to do, like there's some really obscure picks that only I would be excited about. Then I have to think, do I want to do it from like a business perspective? But then again, what would they get out of it from collabing with me? So there's plenty of indie games I like. Honestly, it's hard to say, but I'm not against the idea of collabing with peeps. I don't know. It would depend on the developer and how things kind of work there from that point then. I'm going to make the ropes closer to the camera a little bit thicker, just to sort of show they're closer. Slightly. It's honestly a really tricky question, but part of the fun of these things. I think I'd first consider like what is feasible, what opportunities would arise, and I think that collabs partially come through opportunities of like people talking, and yeah, I would like to collab more with other indie developers, and I mean, there's like pipe dreams that would be like impossible, never happen things, but it'd be kind of cool, but yeah, okay. Okay. Getting more basic stuff done. Stretching out the limbs. I guess I'll finish up these pillars because I'm looking at them and thinking about them at the moment. Except no, I should wait for the lighting layer with everything else. Can't wait for the lighting layer with everything else. But I will add in the dark holes that need to go around these things. Yep. Okay, unbelievably close just to be like, hey. I've seen 3D hosts before. It's a little terrifying. Yeah, they might have fun with the dark deception thing. I will say that. Let's see. I've seen 3D bouncy marshmallow. It's pretty cute. I still need to play both the original and the 2017 Prey game. I have both, I just need to play them. Both of them on Steam, even. So much to play. The only thing in the immediate future is going to be Village, though. I'm very excited for Resident Evil 8. That should be pretty obvious, though. Okay, save there. My. Alright, still a lot more to do with this fucking picture, but yeah. There's still more I need to do on that side and the moon and everything. I'll just start trying to filter this side a bit. Evil Within's pretty good. I like both the original and the sequel and the DLC. I liked everything about it. Well, not everything about it, but I liked all the pieces. Time to sing. Da 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 gathering. Must be something there with Snake Connect. Let's see. That's fair. Though given an Evil Within, it was that good old Sebastian thought that his daughter was already dead. And then it was only in the second game he's like, wait, my daughter might actually be alive. Indeed. I'll go for the strangeness of the angle here, as opposed to anything else. Yep. I'm gonna move this a little bit higher than I initially put it. I'm fine with the weird angle, but yeah, it needs to be a little bit more like that for the angle which I currently have things at. All the time and waggling. I am excited for you to meet a few of the other Resident Evil cast characters you haven't yet. But it's okay if you like me. A lot of people end up liking a character they attach to first, I find, with the series, so... to move this one a little, not like that. This one a little bit further back than I initially was planning. Okay. Frenbow was interesting. I kickstarted the game. I liked it. I didn't love it, but I liked it. A lot of people like it more than I do, though, let me say that. And also, I'm going to admit right now, I've got bias against point-and-click games. But my issues with Fran was not about being a point-and-click. There was a few things in the story I was like, even though, in retrospective, I didn't get the ending at first, and I think I understand completely what the ending was going for now, but even still, yeah, for the record, I'm pretty sure Fran Brow dies in the ending. And their happy delusion at the end is just...
Sleep well, handsome belle. Do tell me when you awake. Tomorrow rings tonight.
No, actually, I should probably give him a spoiler warning on that. I'm sorry. I was thinking about it for a second, like, wait, why did I say that? I should give it a warning. I still need to play Outlast too, but yeah. I know many who do not prefer it, but I have not played it yet, so I don't have an opinion on it. I know, like, the setting more, but... yeah. The thing is, it wasn't its oddness that made me dislike it. In fact, it was more like it was predictable? I wish it was a little odder than it actually was. I know the exact point when I start losing a little bit of interest in Fran Bao. I think the last two areas, the area where you're in the happy world as the forest puppet, and then the blimp and the final area, are a little weaker than the first half of the game. And yeah. But that's just my opinion. It's also a very fine game, and many like it more than I do, which is great. goes as it goes. I'm very curious what Outlast Trials is gonna end up like. Moving this into place. Of course you'd think that, Grayson. I'm not gonna tease. I hope the co-op in Trials works well too. I have to have to change this eventually. It's a little disproportionate, that's fine. It's supposed to be a stylized thing anyways, bit by bit. Okay. So much more to do with this drawing still. And it's probably, I'm curious that I'll be able to get the final result in a way which I'm happy with. Alright there, Harley. Have fun with that. My. Sure, Grayson. I should stop. Sorry, I'll stop teasing you. Let's see. Save there. I see. I guess I could draw out that whole entire road here, which I was just checking that for a moment. Wrong color, but I do have the right general idea where I wanted to draw this here. Just a shade of whatever did I use. Oh, is it because I've got my opacity? No, it's not my opacity. What am I doing weird? Well, whatever the case, I have it now, so... Am I? Let's see. Set stuff out there. Yeah. Voila. Happy trails. I actually might move this from where I currently have it stationed to more that direction. Yep. Did I? I'm just kind of speaking right now. I'm like getting to the point where I'm a little bit hungry. I'm like, no. If I don't finish this now, I'm gonna have to do it on another stream or something because it'd be boring working on my own. I'm like, ah. Mama. Let's see. Okay, since you guys were fucking talking about it, I'm sorry. I'm gonna drop this on you, Grayson. It's how it's coming. Good taste, you mean? I mean, what's the point if a man is willing to fucking murder you in the middle? Yeah. Rolls as it goes. Let's see here. Move this way. Let's see. On my side, it's going to take a little bit. That's okay. Rolls it goes. Let's see. Resident Evil Village comes out in almost 2 days, actually. Well, it's like more like 3.5 or 2.5 right now, but reviews come out tomorrow. I bet it'll score pretty decently, but not to some stupid people's standards. I should call them stupid people, but I'm right now a little bit peeved at people's whole length discussion talk, even though it's like the fucking 3rd or 4th longest game in the series. If you have like weird, like, can I complain for a second? I hate length talk in video games. It's so stupid. Let's see. Length talk in video games, especially when it comes to horror games, is so stupid. People are like, and let me just say, I'm talking about things I've actually seen multiple people argue within the last few days. People are like, Oh, Resident Evil Village, it's a 10 to 15 hour game. Well, Final Fantasy VII Remake is a 40-hour game, so Resident Evil Village shouldn't be full price now, should it? Because it's 10 to 15 hours, not 40 hours like Final Fantasy. I'm just like, are you actually fucking serious right now? Do you think a horror game would benefit being a 40-hour long RPG type thing? I would argue Final Fantasy VII should have been shorter than it was. It has too many samey hallways with grinding encounters of the same enemies repeatedly. They could easily have cut 10 hours off that game. Would have been a much better game, in my opinion. But anyways, trying to compare an RPG. Anyways, I'm gonna go off on this apparently. Hi. Yeah. Well, it's just because people have this weird, like, bloating up, and people, like, cite the stupidest things, being like, it's usually either Final Fantasy or Breath of the Wild that gets brought up, and I hate it. It's not fun to have trouble sleeping till, and I hope they're able to feel a little bit better soon. Okay. I think I'm gonna do something about the way the road is curved. I'm getting like so picky about this road thing. It's also because I'm starting to get consumed by hunger, and this is simpler to do, so it's a way for me to take my mind off being hungry for a second. I don't think I'm going to finish this picture here today. I'm worried about that because I'm getting hungry. I'm like, oh, I should go cook something. But then I want to finish this picture. But then I'm like, but food. And I know food takes me a little bit, so... The thing is, okay, from what I know from the collected playtimes, Resident Evil Village is easily the 3rd or 4th longest Resident Evil game. It's somewhere around Resident Evil 5 levels, but there's more extra content to do than in Resident Evil 5. And for the record, Resident Evil games aren't usually that long. Most Resident Evil games are somewhere between 8 to 10 hours long for your first playthrough. They can be sped run a lot faster, but the first playthroughs are we're talking about people that don't like fucking gun it at the speed of Speedy Gonzales, and like a drop of a hat here, so... Yeah. And the thing is, I know that this is the Resident Evil game that released after Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's the Resident Evil game that everybody, of course, has, like, Resident Evil 3 Remake was too short for some people, and I get that. It's one of the shorter mainline Resident Evil games. I get the complaints. But then people constructing this weird narrative that, like, oh, Village being a 10 to 15 hour game is a problem. And, like, no, it's not. That's actually longer than most Resident Evil games. And I feel like most of the people arguing this just haven't played Resident Evil. And I get that this game has got more attention from the casual fan base, but and I get this is also like it's a combination of things. If the question that people are concerned about is Resident Evil Village short and sort of content skimming like Resident Evil 3 Remake, no, it's not. Resident Evil Village is actually like the largest Resident Evil engine Resident Evil game by nearly every account. It's not as big as some people probably want it to be, but it does have the longest campaign. I would estimate that its campaign is about the length. If you just like played the main campaign, didn't do any of the side stuff, the main campaign is about as long as Resident Evil 7 and Not a Hero if they were combined. It's a little bit longer. It's not quite as long as if you did like Resident Evil 7, Not a Hero, and End of Zoe, but the story is longer than Resident Evil 7. It's more like Resident Evil 7 plus Not a Hero, just a tiny little bit more. But then there's also a lot of side stuff. There's more side stuff to do in Village than about any other Resident Evil game. It's also a very replayable game. There's more bonus content to it as well. There's a larger selection of enemies and set pieces and bosses. There's a larger set piece, or there's larger exploration elements than any of the other entries. It's probably going to be the entry in the series with the longest playtimes. But for the RE Engine Resident Evil games, Village is the largest one. It has the longest campaign, which is a little bit longer than RE7. It has the most extra side content to do out of any of them easily. It has the most extra modes and the most replayability factor to it. It's got more unlockables than most of them do. By every aspect, it's longer. It's not as long as some people probably want to do, but even by those metrics, it's about the only Resident Evil games that are longer than the rest of them, Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 6 are leagues above the rest in how long they are. In Resident Evil 6's case, which is the longest Resident Evil game, it's detrimental to it because the game is bloated and it could have skimmed its fat and probably been a much better game, honestly, but yeah. Anyways. And a lot of people probably like it. I'm sure this discussion will pop up again and just sort of dissipate eventually, but yeah. Anyways, there's my little ramble on Resident Evil and Link Talk, but I understand that part of the reason the Link Talk is happening, there's two things happening. There's people worried about after Resident Evil 3 Remake. That was a whole different scenario, but regardless. And the other thing is that I think Resident Evil Village has managed to strike more in the casual mainstream gaming audience. I think at the moment, Village is probably going to sell very well. I think that things helping Village. Obviously, Lady Dimitrescu, or I guess the official name is Lady Dimitrescu, she popped up into viral marketing where a lot of people that didn't even really follow Resident Evil became aware of the big vampire lady from Resident Evil. Then on top of that, there's no other huge game releases happening anytime soon. So basically Village has a big window to itself. So there's a combination that's one of the bigger video game releases in this part of the year, and there's nothing else it's competing against, and literally everybody knows about the game. Well, not everybody, but so many people know about the game due to the big vampire lady. So there's probably more casual fans of just video games in general, which are moving to Resident Evil because they're part of what I call the looking for the next big thing gamer thing. I understand that part of the length arguments come from the aspect of people who just are used to maybe playing bigger games, which is fine. And they're not used to horror games gaining this sort of attention. And it's those people are like, oh, why isn't this game as long as Breath of the Wild or Final Fantasy VII? And you're like, because it's not that type of game. And Resident Evil wouldn't really benefit if it, we already know that the series, and from entries that have been longer than they should have been, that horror games don't exactly benefit if you stretch them out over a long period of time. Horror games are better when they're condensed, focused, when they're able to be well-paced and well-executed, as opposed to trying to stretch themselves out by, copy-pasted content or just sort of, busy work. Horror games are detracted if if they overstay their welcome. So, yeah. There's my long rant on it. But, anyways. I'll let the sound play again. I'm not going to finish this drawing today, but I do kind of want to get the lighting started. It still need to add so many details to this building and this park and the character. Oh boy, maybe I'll make the drawing one of the last things I focus on. I'm not really sure at the moment. And I've got the stuff I want to do for the bell tower. Yeah, there's no way that I'm finishing this right now. I want to see what the drop shadow effect does, though. I'm just kind of curious because I've never actually used it. Filter, light shadow. Grayson, if you're there, help teach me what drop shadow does. You made it sound interesting, but I'm like, oh, I see. It's like a shadow behind the character. I see what you're talking about. Okay. Diamond circle. Yep. I'm learning. Ha ha ha. Mode replace. Hard light. Oh boy. Vivid light. Sorry. Learning. That's okay. Those defaults seem fine. I'm just learning. Yeah, nice and crispy. Honestly, crunch. That actually is a good way to do what I want to eventually do, which is the white outline thing, which is our character has going for us, but I'm going to do things in like a multi-stepped way with this. Yep. Big buckaroo. Just messing with things before I go on to the next bit. That'd been nice to know for the sprite, actually. Well, at least I'm learning some things in the future for how to use GIMP. Okay, filter, reshow drop shadow, this time black. Not quite that big. I can tell it's real fun. I can already tell just from this. But do this on this layer, and there's one more thing which I'm going to do with this drop shadow, which is the moon thing. I need to get close to the moon's color. But we're not doing it for the shadow part, we're doing it as a vivid light over you. Okay. Not vivid light. Overlay. You know what? It kind of does there, but it's closer to the character before I get to those aspects of her, so... Soft light... Pin lights. Use the eyedropper tool to get the moon, you mean? But first, I don't mind this effect, actually, even though I know it's kind of silly, but I like it. Okay, and it's something which I was going to do eventually, but I guess I'll do this on the extra layer for the moment. What I'm about to do will not make entirely too much sense to everybody at first, but actually I think you guys will get it pretty much immediately. Never mind, I don't know why I thought you guys wouldn't get it for a second. A little bit more, I think, is what I'm gonna go for. Yep. Absolutely, Grayson. You know, I have so many features to add to the characters still, so but I'm just doing this now so I don't have to do it later. Hello, hello, Harley. Now then, a slightly lower brush. There we go. Make the eyes a little bit bigger. A lot more to do. A lot more to do. It's an old character style which I used to do a lot of, so it makes sense the comparison is drawn. I have a lot of older characters that kind of have this style to them, which I enjoy. There'll probably be more in the future, because I enjoy it. That's part of the fun of things. Okay. Not that big, but still pretty big. The background still has a lot more to do than this character does as well. Hey, Azzy. Into a 50 perspective for a second. There's still much more I need to do with them, but yeah, just roll with and continue with. The background is not even close to finished, and the character's not even finished yet because there's still details like she's missing her pigtails and the shirt. I'll do the shirt first. Let's see. Set this to the right type of brush. That's okay. There's a lot of details that will have to be added slowly, bit by bit, to this. I prefer more straightforward. Adieu for now, Chrissy. Alright, pigtails, which I have not forgotten. Okay, let's do it like... not like that quiet, but a little bit closer. Filling it bit by bit. Welcome back there, Harley. Why is that coming off kind of... Can I get rid of that and this somehow turn out? Or like, why is this like faded out? It's under the shadows? It might be because it's under the shadows. Which I guess means it needs to be on this layer. Even that isn't quite what I want out of it. I guess I'm using it in the pencil form. Yep. Try and get some good sleep there, Teal. As Grayson says, well, good luck. Additional thing for the shadow layer. There that is. Okay. I'm going to do one thing to skim out the main character. The hat, for some reason, is what's bothering me about it. I guess I'm gonna have to try and guess what this color is to the best of my ability. I can't color select this because it's like a thing. No, it's darker than that. Kinda close to that. Closer. Closer. Nearly there. I got nothing else. You probably want this. For you guys on the stream. Oh, why OBS disconnected? But it's back now. Grayson, I'm already using at least 15 layers. The stream did die. I'm not really sure why. I think it was just a YouTube server in and out thing. It sometimes does happen, but hey, hey. %. And at 50%. There's so much more I need to do with the background, but for now, does the MC look okay? And I might save the rest for another time. The background is so much more work needed for it, but yeah. Funky fresh. Ah, yes. That was exactly what I was going for. I can't believe you could put it that into words. That's funky fresh. The backgrounds still will be done another day. I'll save my layers for now. Swaggy, as the teens say. Okay, buckaroo. Alright, so we have been streaming now. Today's stream was 4.5 hours. What did we get done? We got done a couple chairs, a big fleshy thing. We decided the main character's name. We got like a third of the way done with this picture. I knew it was going to take us a while, though. I did finish the music and the character sprite. So we're not going to be streaming this tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be busy with a few things, actually. And after tomorrow, Resident Evil Village is releasing. I've got other things going on. So probably we won't be streaming this until next week. By the time that we stream next week, I'll have a little bit more done ahead of time as well, so we can resume from that point. I don't know what day next week. I'll try and schedule it at least a few hours ahead of time to give people kind of a heads up about. Just know that we will not be streaming this particular game project until next week, but I'll get some work done and show you guys next time. We will be streaming for those who are on the live side, because if you watch this as a VOD, this will be already too late probably, unless of course you watched it very shortly after it came out. We will be streaming on this YouTube channel over this weekend, starting on Friday, because I will be playing Resident Evil Village. I'll be streaming that whole entire thing as my Let's Play, probably through more than one session, because I'm planning to do the main game on Hardcore as my first run, then I'm planning to do Mercenaries, and then I'm planning to do Village of Shadows difficulty. And then, that'll probably be my time with Village. So, hopefully you guys have enjoyed. Until next time, I shall bid adieu to all of you. Have a good evening, day, or whatever the case is for you, everyone. Look, I'm gonna do a little dance. Until then, in fact, I can start making this the fucking thumbnail thing for this, so that's cool at least. Until then, though, I shall bid adieu to all of you. Bye-bye.